Hello. What's going on? We're here for more D&D. It is gonna be a good session today. I can feel it. This is gonna be fun. The last session we had in 2 parts, and now it is all coming together. So, if you haven't caught session 83, part 1 and part 2, part 1 had a Ece and Kev, part 2 had Brooke. We'll go through that when we come up to the session notes, but those were an awesome time. Hey Zeb, how's it going? Also, hey Mossy. Hope everybody doing good. We'll jump into our normal shenanigans before we jump into the general shenanigans. So, first of all, the music section is up and running if you want to check that out at any point. It is in the About Me section labeled D&D Spotify music. All of the carefully curated playlists that are named for general vibes. For Twitch, they are all copyright free, so you can use them. Big preach to all of the artists that allow us to do so. Please do check them out. Talented bunch. There is a ever-increasing list of new music that they are putting out that I still need to go through and sort. So, maybe one day I'll get to that. My god. I do rules differently. If you want to know what those are at any point, you can type in !DND to get a list of those rules. I don't recap them every time because there's a fair few of them, and also things kind of jump in and out depending on session, and also as the GM. Rule of cool kind of trumps all, honestly. To see the artists of the maps, you can type in !DND maps to get the Patreon links to the Reclusive Cartographer and Guild Adventure maps. End of Latov, which is the title of this campaign, will give you pretty much like the plot hook of this campaign. It doesn't really give you general idea of what this campaign's about, but I should probably do something about that. And the only time I remember to do so is when I'm reading that. Every other time I forget. Also, like it just did, Moobot will pop in every now and again to remind y'all about channel point inspiration. If you think a player's done something cool, excuse me, player's done something cool, you like the character design, they say something funny, they do something badass, and you think, Tyler, you didn't give them inspiration, let me do it for you. Absolutely fucking go hard. Players cannot give themselves inspiration, but you can also give inspiration to NPCs that are on the player's sides. So as long as they're on the player's sides, then feel free to gift them an inspiration. We take a break around 7 PM, which is about 1 AM for the Merc peeps, for about 30 minutes to get some food, all of that stuff. And lastly, as I'm the GM, I don't look at chat. I leave it to my wonderful mods to keep you all sussed. Also, like it says in the pinned message, things like alerts, subs bits, raids, everything like that, they are turned off. Anything that makes a sound is muted for these streams, just because I'm already a scatterbrained fool. My lord. So yeah, I want to try and put my focus into the players, as this is their experience. You know, I want to make it a good one. I want to have the good times. So, with that, let's jump in with everybody. My hair is wet, so the headphones are going to be wet. That's going to be fun. It's a prompt for future, Tyler. Hey guys.
Hello.
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 There we go.
Adjust music, because it's still quite loud. Oh wow, Easy looks different.
I didn't say that.
Bye, no AC today.
Mm-hmm. Please
No,
hold.
I know what the problem is, and I know how to fix it, but
Oh,
it
wait,
didn't
no,
used
your
to be a
face is
problem,
right
so I just
there.
got to remember to do everything.
That's her, that's her. Your PC is giving a very lovely pink glow, Brooke. It is great.
It's themed. I theme it for every D&D edition.
Fucking love this.
Also my lights, but you can't really see them.
I mean, true. I try and like fit a vibe to my background, but it's dark back there.
You're just sitting in the sort of upper levels of an active volcano at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, I can make it get hotter and look like it's about to explode. And Kev is
just as the night goes on, every half hour or so, increase like a hue stage.
Yes, I so could though.
End the stream on
You
an
should put the
explosion.
party theme on. They have a party theme. Yeah, the lights. They have like two. There's like a relaxing one and a party one.
Interesting.
But you can customize it for like the colors that you do.
Damn. I might have to
Music's
do
too
that.
passive for this. You need a good thump to go with that.
That's true. I'll do that when we do combat.
Yeah. What did you say? Combat or comet? Either way.
But
Yes.
I thought he said comet. I'll be honest. I thought
I
he
heard
said
comet
combat,
first.
Like, that's
Yeah.
valid.
Fair. Not what I was going for, but checks out.
I mean, both the
Little from column
Yeah,
A,
it's bad.
little from column B.
Exactly.
comet combat. How many exhaustion points you gonna get up to?
We're gonna find out.
Oh.
Just gonna move Brooke's camera down a little bit because I have
Because I
her.
moved it again. It's on that monitor now instead of that one.
That's fair.
Mostly because I don't want to have to keep hiding my messy bedroom.
That's incredibly fair. I just continue to do this. Literally, the threshold from like there upwards is so fucking messy. It's insane.
Well, because I also started
having a
cleaning
whole
today and
house
then
to
I got
myself.
like tired, so I was like, nah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything of mine is so spread out, it doesn't look messy. There's just so much room between each piece.
Yeah.
It looks as though it's just a little deliberate.
I
They
love
look like
it.
little. They look like little pink cans in the background. I don't know what they are.
They do.
They are big bottles that used to have really shit beer that I never drank anyway. But they look really, really fancy.
Oh, okay, yeah. See that.
Nice. I just need to add some people.
Half the reason I own some of the booze I own.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Ooh. Hell yes. Sorry, I just need to add people back on because I moved things. Alright. But let's start off with the pre-session character question, which is, if your character had wings, what would they look like? Let me roll a d6. 2. Ece, what would Kaba's wings look like?
Are they supposed to be magic wings or physical wings or anything?
Wings.
Either or.
Because, like,
Whatever your
I'm
heart
struggling to think how
desires.
you'd attach. I would love to figure out physical wings, but I
Shell.
can't figure out how you'd attach that through the shell. Yeah.
No, just onto the shell.
Um,
You gotta
just-
hold on.
Mhm.
Yeah. The shell has wings. Carver can just crawl out and it'll fly away.
Yeah.
Like in Mario.
Mobile home.
Mm-hmm. I love this.
I think it'd be sort of like it'd be magic ones, like a lot more of like a light blue. I think the outer shape of them would be like feathery wings, but the inside wouldn't deliberate that. It'd be more like tree rings going out.
Fuck yeah. Trying to find everybody. Good shit. Kaba also has had, technically, wings before. He had the water wings.
Yeah, but they're not his at that
Exactly.
point. He's borrowing someone else's.
Exactly. Burrowing the body. Brooke, what would Amara's wings look like?
You know, typical like asthma feathery wings.
Mhm.
Like that, but varying shades of pink, where the tops of them are a darker pink and it goes down into a lighter pink.
Hell yeah.
Slightly sparkly.
Fuck yeah. What about Rock?
Rourke would probably want like some cool feathered ones where like the pattern of the feathers kind of matches like the markings and stuff that he has. That'd be really cool. Otherwise, wings of like fire and ash.
Like for your first one, like whenever your runes light up during your thing, like not the feathers themselves, but like the roots of them, the structure that makes them up lights up and just sort of
Ooh,
moves along,
yeah.
like moves along them, like you know the LED placed along the fiberglass lines, and it just lights at the end.
Ooh.
That's
Mhm.
dope as shit.
That'd be super cool. Yeah.
Mhm.
So, when are we all gonna play characters with really cool wings?
Ugh. There's another campaign soon.
Mm.
I already have a
What,
character
next
for
year?
that one
One
book.
after?
Yeah,
I have like 2 characters sorted for 2 different campaigns, and they're both bards.
they sure. Ah! Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy. The times. I mean, hey, there's always the adventuring school. Everyone can be a winged character.
Does Silver actually have wings? Or I mean, she can probably just think of them herself.
Does she have wings? What did I make her look
I-
like? This? No, she's an
I
astronaut.
imagine-
She doesn't have wings.
She's also the representative of an entire plane. I imagine she can
I mean, when
be
she's on that
whatever she
plane,
wants.
she can kind of do whatever she wants, but on the material plane, it's a bit different.
Oh, I forgot to send you it again. I'm gonna do it.
I mean,
What?
when she's a cat, she's got wings.
True.
Oh yeah, yeah. I can turn into anything that flies if I feel like it. Well, and within reason.
This is when Cardboard would pop up and say a rock can fly, at least for a little while. Can you try that, please?
I would 100%. What's a character that looks like a rock?
Hang on a minute.
I wonder if I could combine
Hmm.
two different animals and try and like merge them into one.
Oh, jeez.
Chimera. Go Full Metal Alchemist Chimera in the middle of a campaign.
Full Metal Alchemist. Sorry.
I'm just like, oh, what if this can fly?
Would Cliff's wings look like?
Oh. That's a
What
good
would Cliff
question.
wish his wings could look like?
Any color but blue. Actually, he.
The rainbow.
Ooh,
Cliff decides to dye his feathers.
I mean, he absolutely could, is the thing. It just hasn't been recommended to him yet.
I mean, it would be a very good hiding tip too.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my god, it's a blackbird. Could never be Cliff. He's meant to be blue.
Exactly. Sorry, 1 second. Oh,
Oh, that's right. I trapped his uncle.
you sure did.
He may be blind, permanently.
That's gonna be a fun one.
Well, hey. I took an obstacle out.
I mean, you did.
'Cause,
I
like,
loved how
learning
you
to
thought of that as well.
You should know me by now. I'll come up with the weirdest shit.
I mean, I liked it. It was a really good idea.
I mean, I did use an unseen servant the other day to test for traps, so...
That was fucking great. Jeff is amazing.
And then proceeded to make another character believe he was real. Which will now have to become a thing. Don't give me telepathic powers, guys. I won't use them for good.
I've been actively avoiding like specific spells that you could quite easily like misuse or use in really weird ways that it works with the writing, but like I didn't want to have to put Tyler through too much thinking every time I wanted to do something. So I've been actively avoiding that for now. And I might at some point choose to do the complete opposite with a character
Do
and
it.
just risk it.
Do it.
Mm-hmm.
See what happens. If you,
Oh.
you can
froze.
convince him that it's good enough.
I'm fairly sure I can get away with constantly, at least the first time. You explained it, so I'll allow it the first time, but never ever after. Fairly sure I can keep getting away with that.
We'll find out.
I get away with a lot, so you surely can get away with a lot.
I've noticed.
you give me
Watching
a
you is
good
what is encouraging me to try this next time.
Honestly, go hard. You'll find out.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of an enabler, okay? Not in like a
Little
bad
bit.
way. Not in a way that'll be harmful to you.
Mhm.
It'll just be fun.
Yeah. Oh, I only just read Kev's message. Everyone's being nice again. Stop it. Yeah.
I
Which-
will not be mean.
but- Concentrated effort to stress you out due to kindness before the stream even starts.
Yeah, it is joint session. It's like, hey guys,
It's
today's
cute.
4 hours is going to be me sobbing because I appreciate
Yeah.
everybody so much.
Guys, our plan is working.
I also did a
okay?
side jab at
Yeah.
Mossy as well, so that seems to have worked a bit.
Mossy's so lovely.
Mossy's so fucking lovely.
I was
I
like,
can't wait
I
to
want to
play
make
that game.
bad songs, and she's like, I can help you. I was like, oh.
I'm so hyped.
What am I
Okay.
looking for?
Session notes. So, session 83, part 1, which was the 10th to the 16th of Drift Peak, 999Z, where we followed Kaba and Rourke, as well as the Coyotes, and Merlin, and Sleepy Mora. What ensued was timeout for the Coyotes, and gastronomical violence on a boat. Bo is concerned, and will forever more be concerned by Rourke. The duality. The mixture of parties arrived at Northwich, took their carriage to Murstone, so they have just arrived in Murstone. Meanwhile, Session 83 Part 2 followed Silver Dawn, the materialization of the Radiant Plane, who got attacked by Cliff's uncle, Garrick, with too many arms as she stood on a rooftop with Sharaska. After getting some... after blinding a bird and putting him in a box, they had some very weird interactions around Aegis, bringing Lightyear into the situation only to find out that part of Aegis is undead. There's a chunk in her brain. Trying to figure out what it all means, doing some spellcasting, legend loring, and finding out about a bone maze, which turned out to be the lowest level of the Cataclysm Catacombs. Trying to get some more info, as Aika just seemed to be leading this whole idea around getting Silver and potentially another plane to be a conduit for healing everybody to their own detriment, somehow knowing that planes could die. Some bullfuckery happens, and popping over to Mechanus, Silver gets some info from Clairvoyance, finding out a significant amount, and deciding, with the help of Claire, maybe bringing Ma and Pa into this might be a good idea. Finding out, yes, the plans do have, well, a parental figure, it seems, and they plan on rewriting the Overseer's story.
This is why you should not leave me alone.
Jumping to Murstone. Kaba, Rook, Merlin, Sleepy Mora, the Codys pull in and notice that the town is pretty vacant. Coming to kind of like the outskirts of it and just crossing into the border of it itself, you do hear a hushed whispering. Oi! Wait, what are you all doing over there? And there's a man in a window, just like peeking out, looking horrified at your group.
We got this brochure. It said it was going to be a nice place to visit.
Oh, do they still make those? Not right now. Not right now.
Well, is it due to the weather? We thought this was like the good time of year.
Ducks out of the house and ushers you all over to like the what would it be? You know what? Funny enough, this is an info center. You walk in and there are brochures everywhere.
Oh, see, the one that we had never actually pointed out, which was the good seasonal time to turn up. So we were taking a pot shot.
I mean, if it were any other time, it would probably be quite nice. Something's happened to all of the townsfolk. They've actually evacuated a lot of Murstone out. Those that were able to be. Otherwise, a lot of people are holed up in the castle. It's not really safe right now to be wandering around.
Good to know. I think it's something funny to say. Brooke, Kev, help.
How much spoiled food can you get a hold of?
Everyone else in the party, I imagine, immediately starts looking green.
There's a step back. I mean, probably a fair bit of the food's gone a bit off. There's a bakery a couple of buildings down. They haven't been doing too well. Probably some eggs, milk.
Ooh, yeah, rotten eggs. That'd be good.
In the background, you just hear.
But how can we get them to all eat it?
What? Are you?
Oh, so our friends had some of the drug that you people here are probably on. But it's okay. We cured them. We got them really sick, so they threw up everything out of their system. And then it was easier to heal them that way. So.
Oh.
Almost guaranteed that they probably haven't tried having them throw up as an option yet.
I don't
Yeah.
think so. Leaf kind of steps up next to you, Rourke, and puts pats you on the arm. Actually, we are trying to get to the castle. We probably don't want to put Amora in any harm's way. The sooner we can get the ritual set up again is probably the better plan.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It also seems like a lot of cleanup for an entire city of people. That sounds horrible. I don't. Also, I don't think we were as badly affected as some of these people might be. I think they directly ingested it, I would believe.
Might make your option even more valuable, Rourke, to be honest. Faster we get to the castle,
you guys
faster
were
we
kinda
can
tied
set
up
up the bed
already.
princess and try your new option.
Dolga kind of rummages around in his side pouch and is like, okay, so if I get, or if I make, like, a gun of some kind, and we can kind of like put spoiled milk in it and then just kind of like squirt it into their faces, that should be enough to make anybody throw up.
Ooh, yeah, especially if you, like...
Make it squid milk. That'll be twice as bad.
Ooh, doubling up.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
Probably whisk some of the bad eggs up too. I reckon we find a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Dolga.
Just, like, throw in, like, some garbage juice.
Yeah, we could do that.
Right, so Merlin, I think we should shuffle these two along before they start rustling through bins on our way out.
Yeah, I mean, I can fly more into the castle and come back.
If you want, I won't guarantee what you'll find they've got in their bags by the time you return. It's safer in one option for
the
Amora.
safest way to get her there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Risky for everyone else in the entire city, I suspect. But it's worth trying.
They seem
I mean, we can
pretty-
probably file it. We can probably find stuff once we get to the castle too. Like, they probably got tons of garbage.
Maybe.
And plus, rich people eat some weird food.
That is true. I'm having a look and I can't find the spell that I'm looking for. I think it's higher than Leaf has. Damn it.
I swear there's some sort of like mass sickness spell anyway.
I think so.
Surely, if there's a mass heal, you cannot tell me there's no like mass sickness.
It might be a contagion spell. No, I think that's one person. I don't know. But, I can at least go and let them know that we're here. And then we can bring a couple of people through to try and lead us into the castle. Also, how have you just been here? Do you need to get into the castle as well? Well, that would be nice. I'm just kind of out over this way, because, well, if people wander into the city, how else are they going to know until they get swarmed? Someone's got to tell them. Maybe you can bring that up to the people in the castle and they can post guards outside. Well, that's a good idea. Okay, I'll come.
I mean, we could probably like at least put up a sign or something.
Why didn't I think of a sign? It's a good idea.
To be fair, putting up a sign requires you actually going outside, so I would understand if you hadn't wanted to do that so far. But you could have at least made one.
Yeah.
I mean, plus a lot of people don't read signs anyway.
That's true.
I usually don't.
Pictures will be best, like something with a big cross over it or something.
How about we do multiple signs? I have some bits of cardboard out the back if you guys wouldn't mind helping.
Time to kill until old buddy there flies off and does something to get us back, so yeah.
Okay. Shuffles around the back and gets out a bunch of cardboard, scatters it on the ground, and gives each of you like paint. Bo is very happy with the distraction that Dolga and Rourke now have that deters them from a a horrific squirt gun. Merlin does fly Amora into the castle, landing and finding Lychee and Torvik, and doing some chickens with them. They catch up with Silverdawn and Sharaska as well, I believe. I'm just gonna check her sheet for a sec. Wait, how many people can that do? Million creatures. Carver, rock, bow, dogger, leaf. Okay. Yeah, you can do that. A bunch of signs are made, and you all sneak out to go and post them outside the main entrance to Murstone. Silver, as you are in the castle itself, you see a winged boy flying through and lands inside the castle walls. You see him carrying Amora. Merlin rushes up to you, sees Lychee and Torvik there. Do we have a room that we can set up Amora in? Also, we have about 7 other people we need to try and get into the castle.
Wait, did you say Sharaska's around?
Yeah.
You're like, Sharaska, can we use your room? Or a room? Also, can you help them get back here?
In your head, you hear... They're more than welcome to use my room for the setup place for Amora. In terms of getting everybody back, I'm not too sure. We could try and find them and get towards one of the underground tunnels. I don't exactly have a way to get that many people to traverse all the way back here. Brooke, I was looking through your sheet. Windowwalk would probably be the best call. You can get 10 creatures, including yourself.
I was just about to ask. Look at my spells.
Yeah.
That's okay, I can do it.
I'll help you get Amora set up, and you're more than welcome to bring all of them up into my room once you get back.
Is your window open?
I can make it so.
Just turn into... Yeah, we turn into a gaseous form, so we just go through the window.
Cool. So it is. You head out over to where they are situated. Merlin goes to show you where, or tells you where they are. And it's actually not very hard to find them, because as you're heading towards like the big main gates of Murstone, you see like the group of them, a couple of them like looking at another few of them like hammering signs into the ground. There's ones in different languages, there's ones with just pictures, some of them are just big crosses. Yeah. Is there any particular sign that was made that you guys want to put up?
Someone throwing up heartily on the ground.
Nice. A good sign.
What are the signs for?
Keeping people out. Warning them about Murstone.
Oh, can I add one in Druidic?
Sure. Does Rourke want to make any specific kind of sign?
I've been trying to think of a play off like The Walking Dead, there's that one shed that has like, "Don't open, dead inside." But when you read it, it's "Don't dead, open inside."
Yep.
Something like that, but I haven't come up with anything.
That's fair.
Another one Carver will make is a person burrito, that basically imitating the way we rolled the others up in the carpet.
Fair.
Nothing that
Can I
actually
just have a
relates to the
comment?
drug, just things that are mildly horrific.
Can I just have a picture of a comet?
Hell yes, you can do that too.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
I'm gonna do this.
Don't crazy enter mob.
Yeah. I was just thinking like Murstone bad, sick people. So it's like Murstone sick, people bad.
I mean, both work.
Both work.
Both of
It's
those.
both ways.
Yep.
I love it. Hell yeah. Incredible science, inspiration for all. Silver, you cloud it up as you land, and then
Ready to come? Yes.
you get a few head tilts. The info center man is just kind of like, what does that mean? You're very bright. You don't see any aura on this person. It is just one plain ass man.
I'm very bright. I thought I dimmed that down. And we'll like physically like dim herself down.
Oh, thank you. Just
You're
turn the
welcome.
light.
It was got a dimmer switch
Yeah.
somewhere, like a belly button rotator.
She was just in her plane before, so you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter how bright she is over there.
Exactly. Oh hell yeah! Everybody gets gassed up. You float on over.
Can I get them all to hold hands? I'm like, you have to hold hands for safety.
It's a good call.
You don't actually, but I'm doing it.
Can you check up the spell? I should have a quick read of it. Ah, damn, okay. This is cool. It's definitely a very odd experience. Literally being weightless and just kind of floating.
And going very fast.
And going very fast. Yeah, it's a time. It's an experience. You do try and hold cloud hands as instructed by Silver. And as soon as you fly towards the castle, you follow Silver's directions until you all slip in through one of the windows. Merlin and Sharaska setting up, and Lychee would be there as well. Torvik is sitting off to the side, setting up Amora. Almost finished. As soon as they just like set in the last little bits, you all poof back into your normal forms. The man sees what's happening with the random lady on the floor and should I Torvik kind of would jump up and lead him downstairs out into the main area with everybody, deciding this is probably not commoner business. Before coming back up.
On the way out, Carver will sort of yell at him, "Don't worry, she's just an incredibly picky sleeper."
I hope she had a good nap. Bye, guys. As the spell gets finally set up. Amora.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome back.
Hi. Stop.
It's been a weird kind of wandering, cloudy, light-filled space that you've been in for the last little bit. Every now and again you'll walk through up to something, and upon like feeling it, you can feel it's like the texture of bark. This is in the very, very initial stages of it. As you've spent like a little bit more time here, you're not sure how much time, things start to become more vibrant, less light-filled, and it starts to fill in as a familiar forest scene. You know your way around the space and can interact with little animals that you see. Sitting and chilling for a bit, it's mostly quiet aside from the sounds of like ambient nature. It is until you start to hear the faint like mumbling of voices. You start feeling like a pull in a direction of those voices. As you start to head through each of the tree-filled landscape ahead of you, you recognize the voices of River, and Kaba, and Rock, and Merlin. You recognize the voices, but it's hard to pick up what they're saying. Trying to figure out what these mumbling, jarbled amalgamations are. It just kind of sounds like someone's muffledly talking to you in a language that you don't understand. Which is impressive, because you know a lot of languages. And even then, it repeats a few times before you start to actually understand what they're saying. You feel that pull properly, and can feel the warmth and care envelop you of coming back to your own body. You find yourself looking out towards an open clearing ahead of you. The clearing is filled with like knee-high grass and vibrant array of flowers in all colors. As soon as you break the tree line, the swaying of the wind, moving the grass and the flowers, you can see there's a small mushroom circle. Do you walk into it?
I don't think if she'd know anything about mushroom circle.
I mean, she's probably seen a few. Not really having a lot of, like, Fey knowledge. You yourself know that you're drawn to it.
Yeah.
Good. You step through after listening to the voices of everyone that you cared about. Saying things about you and how much they miss you, how much they love you, how much they want you back. You do hear Merlin say that he loves you.
Oh my god. Yes.
Amora, you open your eyes.
Love you.
People are standing around you. Merlin is still kneeling next to your side. So here's the first face that you see. Something that you have not seen happen in an incredibly long time. Something that Merlin used to do quite a bit when he was younger.
Why?
When he gets excited, his wings kind of like go up a bit and like shake. Like in excitement.
That's so cute.
You see this happen as he hears your words and sees you open your eyes. You see the light reach up into his eyes as he just grins incredibly widely. It dives through like the ritual circle and just sweeps you up into a hug.
Alive again.
Cliff and River both start grinning. There's little sniffles from Cliff.
Oh, Cliff.
As they both head over, and as soon as Merlin puts you down, those two envelop you in a hug. Cliff trying not to squeeze you too tightly. You are exhausted.
Yeah, I had a shame. It's like, what, 5?
It's 5. Because 6 is death. So, Cliff and River stand by your side as you look ahead and are staring across up at Rourke.
Hey,
Hey. I would wait if I could lift my hand.
It's being mostly held up.
Just like ragdolling, just like.
Weekend at Bunnies.
Should have been. Isn't that what they've been doing this whole entire time?
Pretty much, yeah. This time more than ever.
welcome back.
Good to be back.
Lychee.
Are you hungry? I can make you something to eat.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
All right.
All of the coyotes shudder simultaneously and look shocked. River just kind of like grins. Luckily he knows her favorites.
Where are we?
This time.
Why?
Let's get you laying down first. And River and Cliff kind of walk you over to the bed. Sharaska's bed and let you lie down.
The shock of an entirely separate location from your own bedroom would sort of help your recovery when you first woke up.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I tell all my patients.
That'll be why you don't have any.
You are my patients.
That explains a lot, and it's not good for either of us.
still alive, aren't you?
Kind of.
Oh
What do
yeah.
you mean, kind of?
Kind of probably is the best description at the moment. Also, you can no longer claim to be the only one of us that hasn't died. Welcome to the group.
Oh man, I finally made it into the club.
How am I the only one that hasn't joined this club yet? River's just kind of sitting on the edge of the bed,
We
like
could-
legs crossed.
You want
We
to?
can make jackets.
Because you're smart.
Yeah, I'll take it. I have a couple of bits of diamond dust. Can do some greater restoration on you so that you can be up and running a bit faster at least. Smell kind of comes to the other side of the bed.
I have some more diamonds you can crush. If it helps.
I'm sort of confused how they crushed diamonds in the first place. That'd be interesting to watch.
Give it to Rourke.
That's a good point. I think Rook or Kaba would have had Amora's stuff.
Stuff.
Probably in one of the bags.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff.
So are you going to crush up one of the 300 GP diamonds?
Yeah.
Cool, so just take one of those out from your inventory. When Rook comes back with food, you will be presented with a diamond, Rook, and asked to crush it, please. In the least... in the most contained way possible, is how it'll be phrased.
Like, pull the hammer and just like try to just grind it.
Absolutely. You start doing that for a bit. Cliff, who's kind of like off to the side, sitting in one of the chairs next to Torvik. All Torvik hears is, "Oh, I was thinking we could like high five crush it."
Dude.
Oh, Torvik hears this as he's sitting next to Cliff. Rook is on the other side of the room. Cliff kind of like scuffing his feet, like, oh.
I feel like Rourke would hear that.
Yeah.
Just that ridiculous idea. Be like, dude.
We'll find something else to do. He just kind of like sits up, perks up a bit.
You know, Cliff, you might want to start something simpler and sort of build your way up. Why not start with an egg? Easy to find.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like,
Also very entertaining for me later on watching it.
Rook and I used to play like catch with boulders. River just, please don't
That's
start
true.
doing that again. It was fun.
Once they hit someone's wagon.
We apologized.
We'll fix it. Mostly.
Mostly for me.
Mhm. I mean, we learned not to play so close to town.
It's the one brain
And that
cell.
we're not very good at wagon repair.
Yeah.
I think he got angrier the more we tried to help him.
We tried to help, like, bend out the wheels. They were just
Yeah.
made of wood. Most of it was made of wood.
Yeah.
It's in the past, though. Eventually you finish grinding up the diamond, though. Between Merlin and Lychee, they're able to do greater restorations on you to the point where you have no exhaustion.
Oh, let's go.
Lychee has not said much to you, aside from welcome back. But still
Success.
does the greater restorations and everything like that.
That's because a good cleric knows that healing comes before feelings.
Exactly. Healing before feeling.
Exactly. The tenets of any medicine, healing before feelings.
Absolutely. Lychee looks to Shiraska and Silver. Shiraska and Lychee have a brief conversation, it seems, before Shiraska turns to you, Silver. Do you think we should tell them about Ekajas and fill them in on the ongoings that you had with Claire?
Oh, yes, yep.
Okay.
Oh, Cliff. Cliff.
Hi. Yep.
You have an uncle?
What?
Gareth? Gareth? Or was it Gareth? Maybe it was Garnet.
Garrick? Why?
I found it for you.
Oh!
Yeah, he attacked me. It was very nice of him.
How dead is he? Just...
Oh, he's not dead. Just in a box of light on my plane.
Oh.
Maybe.
I don't understand. Can we take him out of there? Is that a bad idea?
Oh, well, I don't think it's going to be doing much hitting of anything, really.
I would hope not.
Sorry, I don't think he can see. He was being very annoying and hitting me in places that really hurt. So I just sent like a lot of bright light and then I kind of forgot to go back and dim it. But to be fair, he was punting people off a roof. So I feel like that's just his punishment.
I mean, fair as long as he's out of the way. I kind of hoped that I'd be able to see him again. I mean, out of anyone there, we were the closest. He taught me everything I know. But I don't know if he's really as deep into everything as the rest of them. So there might be some reasoning. It might just be me being hopeful, though.
As soon as Cliff had said, I wanted to see him again, Silver was gone.
Did I say something bad?
And then she just pops back in with Gary.
Mm-hmm.
Who cannot see.
He cannot see. It's a massive, hulking, probably
Permanently
standing
blind.
about the same like height as you, Rock, as you are right now. Built slightly bigger in just like muscle density, but covered in blue feathers. With where his eyes would be, complete blackened, scorched. As he just kind of like pops back in next to Silver, I'm arms like folded at his front and just is standing there looking forward.
So, did you have time to think, Garrett?
Well, that would depend. You're going to send me back if I don't have a good enough answer for you?
No, it depends what you do now.
Depends where I am. I can't fucking see it. The air does feel
Okay.
different here.
Okay, so you were in a room.
Oh,
and
an
so
upgrade.
yeah, not the cube anymore. You're out of the cube because you stopped hitting me. You're now in a room, and we've got a few people in here. Some you may know, some you probably don't.
Mm-hmm.
But the one that you really probably know is Cliff.
The entire time as you've been, like, explaining everything, Garrick has just been like, uh-huh. As soon as you say that Cliff is there, he does stop. He starts, like, turning his head. Cliff walks up to him and puts a hand on his shoulder. Hi. Quicker than any of you can blink, Cliff is, like, doubled over. As there's just, like, one hand out in a fist. It seems like he was punched in the stomach. Cliff, like, stands up straight. Yeah, you know what? And clocks his uncle in the face. His uncle's head just snaps. Turns his head back. Good job, nephew. Decent punch.
Is this how people say hello?
Oh, no, I don't want you to say hello to me like that. Don't get the bad idea.
So this is
I think their family's a little weird.
River just, yeah, it is. She is sitting on the far corner, like with the where the pillows are next to Amora. Her knees to her chest as she's kind of like hugging them and leaning up against Amora. Like the furthest distance that she can get from Garrick. Garrick kind of smiles a little bit. Well, I am willing to have a conversation, nephew. No more punches from here. Deal? Cliff punches him again. Yep, starting now. Yep, I feel better now. And shakes his uncle's hand. The two of them don't like leave the room. They kind of just go off to one of like the opposite corners and both sit down. Garrick has a feeling he's not going to be able to stray too far from Silver, so he doesn't try. He's just like, this is my life now. I'm going to deal with this. I don't want to end up in that fucking box again. This room's an upgrade. I'll take it. He at least seems to be willing to converse with Cliff, and depending on answers and information that he gets will depend on his next actions. And anyone with like insight, an insight score like above 10 can see that. like, which would be everyone because base insight is 10, so
Yeah.
unless you have negative wisdom. But at the moment they seem to be just sitting together. They seem to just go off to a corner and meditate for a bit. Cliff doesn't seem to be actively talking to him at the moment. Cliff every now and again will like glance over at him just to make sure that he's actually still next to him, then turn and close his eyes. Like 2 or 3 minutes go by and he does the same thing. Yeah. River doesn't move from where she's sitting next to Amora. Everyone just kind of like, okay, we acknowledge that those two are over there. We'll come back to that.
Mora's just slightly glaring in that corner.
That's incredibly fair. River's just kind of like hooked her arm with Amora and is just sitting there. She's relaxed her legs a bit and is just now sitting next to her, but he's just leaning up against Amora. So, I think we have a lot to fill you in on. I guess starting with, we're in Murstone, because Murstone has been overrun by Comet. This has kind of been the next step to what we need to sort out, I guess. If we can get everyone together after sorting this, we can go and hump the vampire fuck, seem to be the general agreement.
So, how well do you all know packages? Would you say you're friends?
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to say that. Drew probably would say that.
Yep, general nods from people.
I think you may need to rethink that. Part of your friend's brain is partly undead. And there may be the chance that they are either the overseer in disguise or being controlled.
Just like phone up Poison and have him rustle around.
Sorry, what was that?
We just like contact Poison and have him open up her head and ruffle around a bit. Did it to Claire.
Poison isn't available. I've talked to Claire. Ece just has a plan, but I don't trust it.
There's what?
Plan to a plan to uncommit all these commenters.
And you no
But
longer
it
trust it
includes-
because she could be all bony in disguise.
Yes. She also knows way
When?
too much about things she shouldn't know anything about, which concerns me.
She can also say that about our entire group.
No, but like specific things that no one really on this plane should know. Unless they were given the information. It's not exactly something you'd find written down.
Yeah, like she just kind of leans up against one of the bedposts. Aegis is smart and all that, but like, how would you know that a plane can manifest itself and that it can die? I don't really think the planes would give out that information to commoners, let alone that they are materializations.
Not willingly.
No.
Oh, I mean, sometimes willingly, but we have to care about you. Or in my case, I just tell everyone that I meet. But I've only met you guys, so it's fine.
Again, Eke just is book smart, not something in a book.
And the fact that they were the reason that the bone maze, I'm not 100% sure exactly what that was until I got told about it, was kept open. So that's not great either. Because that's a space that should be closed all the time. But they practically want to use me as a giant disco ball, which could kill me and would also weaken my plane. And I'm not really about that, because I don't know about you guys, but I feel like you really like having radiance around. Well, I hope you do.
I mean, that aside, do you have... Are there any other ways we can think of doing that so we could posit a better plan in place?
Or clerics. Though I could just want to bring in another plane to help. Not
To
sure
do
how I
the
feel
same
about
disco
that either.
ball thing?
Yes, the disco ball. For all the clerics or casters or whoever can cast a healing spell at a high enough level, cast the spell at me, and then I would push it out in an area. Because we learned that a really high level heal spell can cure someone of or the sickness that goes with it. But it's a little bit of a reckless plan if you're wanting to involve the embodiments of planes.
Yeah. Guess the only other option is just find way more high-level clerics than exist in this world to do the cleanup. Blow
There's not
away.
really any other ones. So the last option we have is bringing in my parents.
Parents?
What?
It's just
Yeah, my parents.
murmurings of what across the room.
Yeah, my parents. And the other plane's parents. Technically also the overseer's parents.
Like 2 parents for all of you, or all of you have 2
No,
parents
they're the
each
same,
and they're all just
they're
like
the same
another big group?
parents for all of us.
They
Positive
did
and
a shit
negative.
job at parenting, I think.
Okay, sometimes some of the kids get a little away. To be fair, there are quite a few.
So, how hard would it be to get a hold of your parents? And I imagine there is probably some huge downside to bringing some entity so cosmic none of us have even considered their existence.
It's more the fact trying to get them involved and wanting to help us would be the hard part.
Can't you just say, like, you want this for your birthday gift or something?
See, they don't really do birthday gifts. They think that, like, bringing us into existence was enough of a gift itself. So that's not really a thing. We don't really do holidays either. So, you know,
So it's awful.
it's very hands-off parenting, you know?
I mean, if they don't have hands, then that would make sense.
I mean, sometimes they have hands, just not all the time. Just trying to get them involved because they've. I'm gonna be real with you guys. They really do not care about the material plane. So
We
that's why they
trick them and
intervened before.
we trick them and say like, "Hey, here's the Feywild. Do you want to clean this up a little bit?" Oops, sorry, we got the wrong one. Thanks for cleaning it up, though.
We got
Well,
the
no. It couldn't really work like that because we kind of have to tell them that Tyler's kind of gone off the edge and is trying to, like, has already, like, you know, offed a couple of us and is trying to do it to the rest of us, which then would, like, destabilize everything. And yeah.
And they'd
It's
probably
really
start
hard.
focusing on him rather than the comic.
Yeah. Because it's really hard to get them to listen about him because I think he's kind of like their favorite a little bit.
Alright. I haven't told her anything about them, so
I'm making shit up.
I'm just letting it go.
I mean, he is the youngest of all the planes, so it makes sense.
Do
We
your
just say
parents
quiet. How much
also
would
not
Brooke
let you
make
have
up?
sugar?
Well, they didn't really give us bodies, so no.
But I knew a kid in school who like his parents also didn't really do birthdays or holidays, and he also they wouldn't let him eat sugar. So
What is sugar?
I have work to do.
Incredible.
Rourke runs to the kitchens.
Yes. I love this.
I'm just imagining a Goliath running around and be like, where's the kitchens? I'm important business.
Mm-hmm. Abso-fucking-lutely.
I need candies. I need pastries. I need pies. I need cakes.
Mm-hmm. I just say, well, sure. Let's start helping. They don't understand, but they go with it.
Do you have lemonade? This is important.
We have some lemons. We can start squeezing some.
Okay, get on it.
Just start cutting lemons and start doing that almost frantically. It's like he was just in here a few minutes ago making like stew. What does he need lemonade and pies for?
Just a very hungry guy.
There's somebody upstairs who doesn't know what sugar is, so we're gonna teach them.
Do they have dietary restrictions?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that makes it a lot easier. And a couple of the other chefs will just like go into the back rooms and start like pulling out some stuff, and it's like, oh, we could try this, and they're just like, I could do this. They start coming up with other ideas.
Also, just in case, salty, savory.
Just a whole damn face.
We may
at
have
this
a lot of
point.
work. We may have a lot of work to do here.
They all get on it.
She didn't even know about goblin pickles until a little while ago.
A couple of them raise an eyebrow, but you hear like a couple in the back like scoffing, like, oh, ha, how could you? Yeah.
Oh, that's so.
Iconic. Why is this not working? Anyway, Rourke goes on the snack run. So, what? So if you die, all of the radiance goes away, and the
Yep.
overseer's already killed other planes.
Yep.
So what's happened to them? If it's been like an element, I guess. What does that mean for us?
Well, why do you can't talk to your gods?
It's then that Amora, Kaba, and Rourke in Ulabella's mirror and Kaz's mirror and Elia's mirror. The very last moments before they went actually gold, like properly gold, there was a period of time where it was just fogged over. For a good like couple of minutes before it turned to the brightest gold, similar to the rest of them, when you knew that they were finished. So I mean that's fairly recent, maybe. It's been what, in the last 500,000 years that we haven't been able to contact them? River looks to Amora. It happened not too long after 330X. I'd say it was probably around 300. Let's say 335X. So it's been a fuck ton of time. River isn't very knowledgeable in the realms of religion. However, Amora was raised learning a lot of it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a few. Has it been thousands of years or?
Let me tell you. Oh my god, I'd love it if this cooperated. So it would have been all of Y. And then goes on 999, so plus another one. It's been over 2,500 years.
So long.
Yeah. This is the actual number, if you do want to know, just because I did the math.
Oh, that's a long time.
It's a long time. Because you had we had the rest of X, and then you had the entirety of Y, which goes from 1 to 999, and then you've pretty much gone through all of Z.
That's true.
Yeah. Because last campaign 2 ended on 330X, and then given a gap of like another 5 years, it dwindled to a point because that's when Raiden had died. And then after that, there was never another Lightning Ganassi, so from there is when it stopped properly. And that's how many years it's been properly since there've been another Ganassi born once the Ganassi died of each deity, as well as Yeah, just like deity interactions or interventions and things like that. Lights in the shrines, all that kind of stuff. Oh, sorry. The lights in the shrines remained because the deities didn't die. Yeah. Sorry, clear that.
And Amora would know practically most of this.
Yeah, she'd know all of this. She did her diligent studying in the Love Shrine.
She's about to be that annoying student.
Hell yeah. River doesn't know shit.
Amora's gonna be like, actually it was like 2,662 years ago. Who's counting?
Certainly not the Love Cleric. River like glares at you.
She just smirks at River.
River just like leans on her again. You just hear a mumble of, I'm so glad you're back.
It was around 335x that it happened, give or take 5 or so years. And after that, we just never had any more Ganassi. So we just thought, well, people started thinking, well, then gods must not be around, must not care. And now it's just been that way for so long, and yeah, no more Ganassi, which were usually the sign that, the gods were around somewhere.
Who would it be? It'd probably be Lecce. But if, because the deities have died before. And when they died, their shrine lights went out. The shrine lights are still there. So they're not dead. They're just, floating in space somewhere? How's that work? If the Overseer killed their plane, where are they?
Wait, did the Overseer kill their plane? Well, if they're not dead, probably hidden. I mean, technically the parents could remake a plane. So either they've hidden them or the Overseer's hidden them somewhere.
Okay. So Akagis is trying to... Sorry, this is River. I need to say who's talking, because so many of them sound the same, because I didn't commit to voices properly for all of them. River speaks up saying, if Akagis wants to bring more of the planes here to try and off them, what's stopping the Overseer from just going to the plane and killing them himself?
Because we have control over our planes. It's extremely difficult to kill us in our own planes. Imagine you had a cube and you controlled everything in that cube, and someone decided to come into that cube and you knew they wanted to kill you. You could put anything in their way. You have pretty much the ultimate power in that cube.
You just hear mumbling from the back. Yeah, is he for some? Depends on the cube.
Deserved it.
He just goes back to meditating.
Shouldn't have punted those people off the roof.
They weren't themselves. Better luck in the next life.
You're a dick.
So be it.
You'll learn manners eventually.
Cliff is just staring at his uncle like, what the fuck? I learned from you. You were my teacher. How did I turn out better than you? His uncle can't see this because he is blind.
I blinded him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So we have to stop Acagus and try and hire more clerics to help the comet people.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, really, you guys really don't have that many clerics anyway. You know, not many people believe in the gods anymore.
Yeah, it's probably the whole, 2,662 years without him. So, probably a lot of them gave up. I mean, there's you, there's me, Torvik can cast healing, Mora's back, Mela can do healing, Leaf, I can heal things. That one, that's like 6 right here, and you see there were other ones.
Druids? Wait, druids can... Excuse me.
Leaf, yeah, you can do healing magic. It is evocation and radiant based, if that's helpful.
I wonder. That random sect help? They have some high level casters. They might. I really don't want to put my friend in all of this, especially if there's a chance we may die. Because I don't know about you, but I like my Radiants, and they very much like their creation.
Rourke, hearing creation, you got told about the fountains of creation. I'd say you connect that dot pretty quick. That would directly impact you if they died. You are an ancestor of their plane. Your ancestors are from their plane. But also, hey, that's pretty cool. I'd like to meet them, but also, oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah. We're gonna just heavily sit down. Whoa. Whoa. And for the next 5 minutes, you just hear the occasional, oh man. But then, what if they, oh man.
Mm-hmm. This is a big ass puzzle. This is like a 10,000 piece puzzle. We're finding bits, y'all.
We're making up as we go.
Exactly. We have to cut some bits out to make sure they fit. So if your parents' river pipes up again, stepped on the material plane, that's we all die kind of bad?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, there's no in between. If the pure negative energy and pure positive energy stepped into the same plane at the same time, especially for commoners like the material plane, it would invert and implode. They are absolute negatives of each other, and it would destroy the material plane.
You would die.
Yep. There isn't a way for it to
is a
happen.
massive fireball. But the whole plane.
It does seem like kind of an extreme overreaction to even just a serious drug break.
Can we just ground the overseer? Can we do that? Can they do
Would
that?
you ground him?
You know, they're parents. You can ground your kids.
Yeah, like,
As I said, they're very hands-off parents. They kind of created us and then left.
but even if, like,
They
he was throwing a party when they were gone, and they really messed the
care.
house up.
They don't have houses. I mean, I don't even have a house on my
You
own plane.
kind of are a house.
I am a house? That's
Whoa.
quandary. Getting them involved is like the last absolute resort. We would also have to spin such an elaborate plot so Tyler would not guess what we were up to.
Given that
Kind of seems like if everything would just explode, then it shouldn't even be a resort.
I mean, one of them on this plane would be okay, but not both of them.
could they be convinced to create some sort of artifact based on you, but not alive, that could take the spot of the disco ball?
No, because they don't
Right.
care about commoners, really.
I mean, we could explain it for some other reason. I've yet to think of what that could be, but
You would have to be very persuasive. You'd also have to meet them, and I don't know if you could do that. They could, like, kind of just erase you from existence if they wanted to.
that's why we'd like seeing you to do it. You seem somewhat persuasive.
Did you not just hear me say what would happen if I ended up dying?
You said that if I met them, I would possibly be erased from the existence. You're their child. I know you said they're hands off, but
I'm not their favorite. Also, they would get so mad at me for bugging them over some commoners. I care about the commoners. They do not care about the commoners. They're like, hey guys, practically just stay in your planes and don't piss each other off and then everything's fine. Except for
Yeah,
the
but
one,
like
he can do
one
what he
of you,
wants.
right? Yeah, because like one of you has killed some of the other ones.
Yes.
Just
What am
trying
I
to kill
gonna
all
say?
of them.
Some parents have favorites and some. Like, you can't tell me that you don't know anyone whose parents have tried to kill them. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I was about to say no, I don't, because of my memory loss. But no, unfortunately, that is one of the things that is still within my memory.
Yep.
So what if we kill Limbo?
Well, then where would all the people go that are there? You'd just be destroying a bunch of souls.
Do you have any reasonable solutions apart from
Yeah, you can try
world-ending ones? I'm talking about the alternate to disco ball stuff.
No,
Are we
I
stuck
haven't
with
really.
disco balls or the world imploding so far?
Well, the disco ball is just to deal with the comet. The world imploding is sort of, I guess, part of that. I would also blame that blue man over there for part of this problem.
We're not
You
the
want to
ones
move your
who
thumb? That one's Cliff you're pointing at. Yeah.
Cliff like leans away. We
Okay,
aren't
so
the
who
ones
made it then?
The Lilty family. Lizard folk. We just managed to get our hands on it. Well, Godfather got his hands on it. We were directed to do what we needed to.
You just have no thought of your own in that head of yours.
If you ask me to do something, I do it. It's the way of the family.
This is why I like Cliff more. You're meant to have free will, dipshit.
I do.
You don't.
I respect my family enough to do what they ask of me. Outside of that, I am my own man.
With very questionable morals.
There's some.
Like what?
To not betray my family. He turns his head to where he knows Cliff is just, like, sitting next to him. Those that I care about remain my top priority. And that is my family.
I mean, I kind of get that, but like, you kind of help poison a whole lot of people who, and then like in turn, like tried to kill your nephew, you know, part of your family.
Cliff became an outsider when he stole from us and tried to kill his brother.
Silver's gonna walk over and just smack him up the back of the head and be like, you can't steal a person. People are not property.
You hear next to you, Amora, River, like a gulp. In front of you, Silver, you hear Cliff dig his fingers into the floorboards. They start to crack and creak. Then you all hear the sound of the floorboards just snapping as Cliff yells at his uncle, "She is not property. You don't own her. You have never owned her. I chose her to free her. Just because you put a monetary value on that, because they put a monetary value on that, is fucked." I can't believe I ever saw you as family. She's been more family than any of you were. You're really going to say that to somebody who taught you everything that you know? Taught you the skills that you use every single day. Cool, you taught me how to fight things. Cliff points to River. She taught me that it's okay to be who I am outside of the family name. He points to Rock. He taught me what actual family is, what it means to respect and love somebody properly, as an actual brother should. She points to Amora. She taught and showed me what it's actually like to get rid of all of the guilt and horrible feelings that I had for the years of shit that I did under that family name. That I'm allowed to make mistakes and that doesn't make me a monster. He, points to Kaba, told me that it's okay to be a fucking goofball, that I don't have to be serious all the time.
I don't think I taught you that. You just are.
Well, tell me that's okay. I'm allowed to be me and be unapologetic about that. And them, they are my family. That taught me more than you ever could. Are you actually gonna change? Garrick stays quiet. Why did I think I could actually get through to you? I really did look up to you, Uncle. And Cliff stands. He's standing over Garrick now. Garrick does tilt his head up. Cliff towers over him, just looming over his uncle's figure. Physical strength means nothing. I refuse to ever be fearful of the Lovecchio family. So I ask you again. Are you going to change? And Garrick still stays quiet.
Box. Like some.
I cut out the last part, sorry.
Said, I can put you back in the box if you'd like some time to think.
It's when Garrick goes to open his mouth to actually say something that Cliff cuts in and says, just send him back. He never gave anybody else a choice, why should we give him one? He needs more time to think. Stands up as the Cliff starts to walk back towards wherever it is. Looking in the direction that he can hear the footsteps echoing away from him. You have grown, nephew. Yeah, well, it seems like you've got more growing to do. Hope the radiance helps that. Clip's gonna sink next to a Moraine River. Back to Garrick. Looking towards, like, all of you where he's sitting. Alright. What's our plan going forward from here? We know that the Lilty family makes this stuff. Surely there's got to be a way to reverse it? Aside from magic, maybe? Maybe there's an alchemic.
I forgot. We had a sample. We gave it to Akidus. be fair, this was before we thought she was evil.
Well, Rufa kind of sits up. Looks over to where Bo's sitting. If only we had 2 new people who were good at sneaking and stealing, who Ece just isn't potentially aware of yet. And River and Bo smile.
Yeah. Being that, Carl will go, ah, and then look between himself and Rourke and think, like, shake his head, that was never going to work.
Okay. Well, we can always cause a distraction.
That would
We're pretty good at that.
probably help. I believe you would be. Bo kind of
But
fixes
what
it.
distraction?
I think we'll leave that to you guys. I'm sure you can come up with something.
Oh, well, we've got the typical make a big ruckus. Then there's the someone just go and talk to them to try and distract them. Someone want to play the drums. That's always distracting. Oh, professions of love. Anyone got one of those?
Hey, Merlin.
Is Silver saying this or is Amora?
Silver.
Okay. Merlin ever so slightly just like uses his wings to shroud himself a little bit, make himself a bit smaller. He's sitting on
Silver
the bed
noticed
next to
this?
Amora, by the way.
Does Silver notice this though?
Yes.
She's like, you.
Yes,
you.
looks at Amora.
Do you think, like, we could slip a Rourke special into, like, a dinner rotation?
That's a good idea. Merlin like sits up.
What's a Brooke special?
Bo, do you want to explain?
Bad. She'll be gone
Or
for
Leaf?
a good few hours.
Or Dolga?
Leaf just holds their
Gonna
stomach.
need
Did you poison someone?
gonna need more squid milk.
Still confused how you even got
Or it's
milk
just like,
from a
how
squid.
did you milk a squid?
Dolga just yes.
It was not easy. The squid did not enjoy it.
I didn't even think you could milk a squid. I know they have like. Squid.
I actually have no idea how many. Is
I
it
think
8?
they do. 6. Yes, they have an ink sac. Now I need to Google, can you milk this?
Oh hell yeah! Your FBI agent's gonna love seeing that.
What is this person on? You cannot milk a squid.
Okay.
Okay,
This is
I know what
fantasy
it
land.
is.
You can do anything.
Was this is still more?
Mhm.
Was by any chance the milk flag?
Yeah.
I think
Tastes
people
awful.
squidding.
Well, yeah, like other stuff too.
They don't have milk. Rourke. You squeezed his
Listen,
ink
I
out.
didn't grow up. I didn't grow up on a farm, okay? Like,
No, you just burnt a couple.
Ooh.
Oh.
it was this. It was the same. I mean, technically, it was the same one twice.
Doug was already pulling out his vom-inducing squirt gun idea out again.
Not squirt gun, Dolga. We're trying to be subtle about it.
Damn it!
Look, maybe you can prepare one for, like, if she discovers them halfway through, and you'll need to get your aim bloody good, though, to get it in her mouth.
Okay, that I can do. Lychee. Oh no, Lychee doesn't know this. It would be Bo that says this. Just make sure that it's not glass and that it'll give it away. There's always glass. There's always glass.
This is so much. The thing is, if you want to, I don't know, poison archetypes, you're going to have to poison other people so it doesn't look suspicious. And you're probably going to have to blame it on a cook.
Well, Rourke's already been in the kitchen like twice now.
Yeah.
I mean, this will be a good reason for them to kick him out permanently, later on.
River like leans forward to where you are, Kaba. Didn't you convince an entire tavern that you were a head chef?
I'm not sure if the entire tavern knew, but all of the kitchen staff did, yeah. I don't think I actually cooked anything at all, though. That was all someone else. I'm not really sure they cooked anything. Does burning water count as cooking? I never figured that out.
You hear Leaf mumble, you can burn water? Dolga, Cliff, Lychee, and probably River, for different reasons. And I would like to think, please correct me if I'm wrong, Rourke would all say yes.
Mm-hmm. Like, oh yeah.
You can boil the hell out of it.
That's what I was trying to do. Dolga
That's how you
laughs. That's how you get holy water. So, you have your distraction plan at least. Somewhat formed. If you guys want to iron that out, and then we can do the second half of that. Getting the... What's it called? The comet off. If you
What?
just
Jar of goo.
the goo. Also, did Silver say out loud about the sect?
Yeah.
Okay. So Amora Rourke and Kaba would know the only sect that you know of is in the Feywild. Silver was there. That's definitely an option. If you can get the Zither, the Harpori, and the Dulra, which are the top 3 members of the council, you would be able to do that, as well as a bunch of other druids that are definitely there. The only downside is they're
We're
a bit
fairly busy.
preoccupied at the moment. Yeah. So it depends on how you want to do things. A lot of this stuff is ending up connected.
Very much
Which
so.
I didn't plan that, so that's kind of funny.
You're just like, oh, yeah, somehow it's connecting now, that's fine.
Look, the only thing was meant to be a challenge of, hey, here's all the shit. That was only meant to be it.
At least in regards to the immediate plan, I'd like enough time to shuffle spells around to get Disguise Self up there so that, like, I'm not immediately kicked out of the kitchen next time I turn up.
Yeah, you can do that. Because it's a level 1 spell, so it only takes an hour, and then you just need 100.
No, I mean, I've got it. I just need to shuffle around my prepared ones.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. No, all
I
of your
remember how
spells are
that works
prepared.
for Wizard.
Wizard spells are always prepared if they're copied into the books. Only you have prepared spells if you are a cleric or a druid. Because they have to choose which spells they get. Wizards have all of their spells as long as they're copied into their spell book.
A certain number of them I've been counting that is listed for some reason, and I need to find out what I'm why I'm marking a certain amount of them.
Is that the one that's like the spells you know, but you can always pick up spells? Like wizards, it's you have a certain spells you know, but you can always pick them up, but there's like a time and a cost putting them into your spell book, so you have them.
Yeah.
There is a list of the ones I know, a list of the ones I've got prepared.
Yeah.
I've got to have this one prepared.
Yeah, wizards have to prepare spells.
Okay.
Sorcerers, you just know spells.
Oh,
Yeah. But they can't.
I mean, if you want to say
technically
Carver just
change
knows
them.
all of the spells, I'm a-okay with that one. You know, expanded facility of the simulacrum or something.
I don't know why I always thought it was
Long
like that.
rest.
That's weird. But it is still very early in the day. You guys have only like just arrived. A few people have used like their spell slots for doing things like Greater Restoration with Amora. So a couple of people are pretty keen to have a long rest as well, just so whatever happens throughout the day, they're in their top shape. So you can absolutely take the long rest to do whatever you need to. Sort out more of the plan, then you can at least get Ece just at like lunchtime or dinner time, or even just a random snack meal thing. She's not hard
Dinner
to find.
time's probably better, you know, tides throughout the day and all the rest of it.
Exactly. Yep. So what we'll do at the moment is we will take our break, and we'll come back at the next half hour. So whatever 30. And we'll keep going from there. I'll keep Discord open, so if you have any questions or you want to do any other planning, feel free to type it out and we can go from there. Cool. I'll catch y'all back in a bit. Okay, so we are going to be right back after some food and things like that. Thank you Pandemonium TTRPG for the raid, we appreciate it. And thank you Jacko Boom for the follow, we appreciate. Hope y'all had a great session. We are just getting through our session. Fairly like a decent way through of like the everything. There's just a lot of plot points at the moment because a challenge was issued. So, I'll chuck on some random music and we'll be back soon. Have good. Alright, welcome back. Let's jump back in right away. Hey, hey. Here we go. Alright, so we are doing long rest things that has happened, and now we have Rock and Kaba heading into the kitchen, I believe, to do some distractioning. I'd say it can definitely be a performance check. Whoever wants to do it, that's up to you guys. It will be with advantage because you are both helping each other. So you just decide who's going to make the check.
But he's going to disguise self as some sort of fat man with a white hat and go to do the whole Gordon Ramsay impression stuff again.
Absolutely.
Bringing Rourke in as an experienced aide.
Hell yes.
Aide with specialist experience in an experiment requested by the higher-ups.
Alright. You can also absolutely just, like, name drop the Empresses, by the way. The Empress, sorry. Taliana. So that is absolutely an option. You're all under pretty much like her... I mean, you're in the castle where she lives, so... yeah. That is absolutely an option.
Fair enough.
For more so.
But even though it's a natural, I'm going to shove superiority dice on top of that.
Let's fucking go.
Oh my god.
How maximized can Kava
Nice.
pretend to be a chef again? 30.
30. 30 on a performance check. I fucking love it. Alright.
He's not a bard?
He's not a bard.
No, this is a fighter skill he put on top of that.
Jesus.
Hell yeah. Alright. You immediately jump into this kitchen. You walked past a,
Sous chef? Chef?
kind of like a records book that had, like, pictures and things like that. You managed to find, like, the perfect person to, like, turn into that would be recognized, and also the name dropped helped, and then just, like...
He doesn't want to be anyone that will be recognized in the castle. He wants to sort of maybe take them as inspiration, but he doesn't want to... He specifically wants to go for just someone who looks like he should be followed, but not to get anyone actually in trouble.
Ah, I understand. Okay. Cool.
So like a sous chef.
You jump in and immediately, like, because Rourke's already been in the kitchen itself. Excuse me. As well as just giving off the very, very good aura of, I know what I'm doing, you're going to listen to me. Here's what's happening, let's go. And, yeah, immediately everyone, like, moves aside, or they're like, okay, we can do this or this. They give you the options, and you...
Well, partly that, and then partly... Kev had an idea during the break, so he sort of wander around the kitchen, see what's going on, point things to people, then sort of get in the middle, clap his hands, everyone gather up. Got a special assistant here today. We've got a top-level assignment from the Empress. Friend, would you like to explain the challenge we have for our good chefs there?
So you all make really good food. That's just known. Like, you all are really good at what you do. But as kind of a prank, can you make something that tastes good but will make somebody sick.
Mm-hmm.
We're not trying to kill anybody. We're not like hiding poison. Just, can you make something that tastes good to eat, but will make you vomit?
A couple of them like look at each other, kind of like they're going to start asking like questions.
Cabral will spot that,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like, yes, you could think of this as a prank if you want to have fun with it. There is a reason for this. This is if the idea behind it is if someone's recently taken Comet, this is how we can get it out of their system easily enough.
Yeah. At that, everyone's like, oh, okay. And they jump to it. Immediately, there's just like talking amongst the chefs and everything. They start to work on like different flavors and things like that. Like this would overpower this, blah blah blah. Working on that to combine a dish, and you see them do their thing. Well, it is interesting. Some of the stuff they pull out, you're like, oh, I gotta get some of that for my back pocket. That's pretty horrible. And
towards the end of it, Cabral will make up another roulette bag. You get like 20 tiny bottles with different flavors in each.
Mm-hmm. Fuck yes.
You know, just bag them up and put them in his in probably one of the old cookie bags.
Hell yes, absolutely. Feel free to name that whatever you want in your inventory.
Not even a roulette thing, it's just dedicated nonsense.
Hell yes. How many of these like dishes do you ask them to prepare?
Three or four.
So we'll say you get 4 of them. And from there, like once they're done, they're not really sure what to do with them. Normally, before they go out, they taste test them, but they know what's in them, and they don't want to do that.
And that's when Cabral snap his fingers. We have a taste tester. Dolga!
Kicks open the doors.
We figured this would be the case. We brought a dwarf.
A couple of them just like, good thinking. Douglas strolls up.
We don't mean to torture you. Just ask you to create.
Fair. There's a few like deep sighs that are like, oh, not sighs, like relief sounds. Dogger jumps up, grabs one of the plates, chows on down. He'll like hum and ha a little bit. It's like, probably use a little bit more ginger in here just to cover up like the, I don't know, I forget what food is. To cover up the bad thing. He gives a couple of pointers. He eats the whole thing. He's not sick. He has a pretty good con. But he's like, yeah, that's gonna come out terribly. Thanks. But I can hold it down for now. Mm-hmm. That's pretty much the response.
Toilet down the hall.
Pretty much, eh? So you have now 3 other dishes. A couple of them add like some extra ginger, a couple of little pointers that Dogger suggested. But otherwise, easy as it is something. Probably by the end, when the 3 dishes are probably like perfectly balanced, Dolga just kind of is slowly shuffling towards the door. You don't need any more? Great, you've all done a great job. Bye. And he'll like out the door.
Thought feel great. You scared him off with food.
I hope one of those was like so sweet.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I do. I just
A
make something
dessert dish.
so sweet that you just want to vomit.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, You've got 3 quotation bad good dishes. From here, what is y'all's plan to get these 2 acrages? I believe it's starting to be around dinner time.
How does she normally get her food? Does she come to a dining area with everyone, or does someone deliver it to her? Do we know this? Well, we should be able to know this from someone around in the kitchen.
Yeah, it's pretty like common knowledge. Someone will go and call Aegis to dinner. A pretty decent group of them, including like the Empress and Shiraska and like the Knight Captain, Commander, and things like that. A bunch of relatively high up people would gather around like a table for the evening and have their meal, talk about different things that needed to be done, and things like that before all just going off to bed, so the chefs know that they're due to take out the meals pretty soon.
Stick it in line for... We try and line it up to get Aegis, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else we want to accidentally feed the other 2 to maybe disguise it, or do we treat it like a 3-course meal? Yeah?
But do not do the Empress.
I mean, Shiraska would recommend like the Knight Commander instead of herself.
Harbour is A-OK. That was first to Carver's mind, given he's got the Sending Stone.
Yeah. The other one, you could probably send out to like, I mean, there'll be other like generals there for like the, oh my god, words. From the guard call and things like that as well. General high up-ish people, so you can hand it off to somebody else as well. It's just insert random person, General A. There's absolutely no option.
Brooke will try to find out like which one is the most disliked.
Yep.
By like the staff.
Oh, easy enough, and you find out it is Geraldine. He's just a dick. He doesn't really take care of people.
We can distract things later, saying that he was the target and the other 2 were just accidents.
Yeah. Cool. So you have that ready to set up. Someone goes to grab Aegis from her room. She's been working in her office space for pretty much the entire day. It's where she goes to work on everything. She has a bunch of like maps and things like that in there. Excuse me, mainly of Murstone and things like that. Ah, God, sorry. Hiccups. I have everything apparently. Yeah, she's got maps of Murstone and general pinpointed areas about where majority of the commodores are. Someone knocks on her door, lets her know that dinner's ready, and she will be on her way in a couple of minutes. Finishes up what she's doing as she finally shows up for food. Everybody else has food kind of out in the open area. They set up a bunch of tables with like a massive pot of soup. They have soup on one side, stew on the other. They have different variations for people that have dietary needs. Bread, things like that. And basically everyone that's in that main big area in the middle is just kind of like a rotating circle that people can grab some bowls of food and then go and sit down in like the grassy open area, have their food. So that's where you guys are.
Hopefully most of us, less maybe 2 rogues, or Sneakeries.
2 less sneakeries, correct. They do... Well, they do show up to blend in for a little bit. They show up, they grab their lick bowl, they're like, okay, I saw the person going from the kitchen, getting ready to give their food there, and they go to, like, sit down for their food. By that, they mean Bo gives her bowl to Dolga, and River gives her bowl to Cliff, and they both sneak off. Is there anything that either of you guys want to do to bolster them in any way? Any way that you have available?
Do they want disguise? No, that's self.
Bo has passed that trace, so she can cast that at least. That'll help. She's going with her. Cool. I think otherwise they should be okay. So this is with an extra +10 to both of them. This is Rivers. This is Bo's. So 37 and 29 is decent. Jesus. It is. The two of them step in there. Need to check something. The two of them go to the area, and as soon as they get close enough, can see that how would it be? The sending stone that Leaf has that goes to Amora, Bo took from Leaf, and the one that Clever had to Rourke, River took. So Bo does ascending to Leaf. No, Bo does ascending to Amora, sorry. That there is an alarm spell around the door.
Still in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They managed to get, like, to the room itself, and River can see through detect magic that there's an alarm spell.
Okay. She'll say to everyone in the room, "There's no alarm spell. Can anyone help?" And Silver's like, "I can." And she'll fly down as a ladybug.
Sure.
I was going to put up my hand, but that's bloody good. Much better than I can do.
Land on River's head and cast a spell magic at, like... 6th level.
Okay. It's a first level spell, so that's fine.
Oh, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure like what level it was, so I was like, I'll just use a high one because maybe Ece just cast it. Wait, no, Ece just does.
Eke just is a rogue. Somebody else cast it for her.
I mean, they could have been a high level. You would assume that there would be security on this thing.
Yes.
He is part of the reliquaries, so
I would have assumed that it would be like high level magic on this shit.
That's also fair. I don't think the spell can be upcast. I mean, you can use a higher level spell slot to cast it, but it doesn't do anything extra. So I don't imagine it would boost anything, I would imagine. I don't know. Anyway, you just spelled it.
That's fine.
River kind of mumbles that you can be a cat, right?
Well, Rebecca's in her head is yes. Yes, I can.
Okay, if you can be any random animal, maybe stay in the room, or like lurk around the door. Make her think that a cat got in and broke the alarm, and it was the caster who did it. They didn't alert her fast enough. Otherwise, the ward just being gone, that's gonna be suspicious as fuck.
I've already taken it away.
Yeah. Then she'll just
You
think
just
the
want me to be a cat.
Yeah, she'll think that the caster just either didn't hear it and didn't come find her, or that the caster just fucked it up somehow, so she'll just get mad at them.
Okay, do you want me to be a cat now, or like once you leave?
Once we leave.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Is there like a shelf outside?
Yeah. There's just like general
I'll,
like lanterns and stuff like that that you can hide behind. Right
I'll
on.
just wait for them to leave.
Cool. You can do so. You're literally a ladybug that's tiny.
That's why I chose it.
Hell yeah. They go and rummage around a little bit. Manage to find the jar. Another random jar that Bo created earlier. Here's one I made earlier. Swaps it out, so there's not just the jar missing. And it's literally just like squid milk, and they sprinkled glitter in it. Looks the same. So they do that. They have a look around for anything else that might be useful. Generally just taking in like a scope of the area, because this is Akudis' room. There's a fair bit of information here. She is a high up person, has a lot of fingers and a lot of pies, so she knows a fair bit. I think... the two of them go and have a look around, try and find out things that they can, and just like copy down what they can. You have like a decent little bit before dinner, till after dinner, so there's enough time to write out a couple of things. There were some letters from the reliquaries to like the Empress. There were even a couple of letters from Dolna to the reliquaries as well regarding the dragon stuff. And then it just kind of cast aside. There's a few things in there that they recognize, River does anyway. So she'll take like little notes on what she can, and then start to head back. Say...
Do they close the door on the way back? Out.
No, they wouldn't. They keep it cracked open, like, slightly. Perception, that's bow. And perception, that's river. Yeah. While Bo is on her way out, she does see another 3 jars that have a similar looking black kind of like goop in it, but it does seem to be moving.
You got the tar.
Bo points this out. What are those? Sorry, what are those? Was River there? River wasn't with you guys when you went to the Feywild, right?
No, because Kaba had to. She was sort of surprised when helping Kaba put himself back together.
Ah, that's a good point, thank you.
Also, I also don't think Silver was with the group that Taria took to look at the things she was hanging around with. Bobby.
In that case, River will use her sending stone to rock. We found some jars with moving black stuff in it. There's 3. Should we swipe them or leave them be? They're tucked away pretty good. We weren't meant to see them. And hear River's voice to you, Rock.
That's really bad. Shouldn't leave it. Really bad. Gonna know something's up. Be careful.
River's going to... They don't have a way to swap it at the moment, so I think River is going to leave it. She's going to take note of where they are, how big they are, and things like that, and then like slip out of the room with Bo. Leave the door like tiniest, like smidgen cracked open after letting Silver back inside. And I think she would point them out to Silver.
Wait, did she go down to see them? She didn't?
She didn't. She stayed up with Bobney about all of the Kaba stuff because she was learning about how the filtering of the blood and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's gonna turn back into herself, go over to them and be like... She's just like, I wonder if there's the same thing as Kaba's. Just like poke at them and see what happens.
Doesn't happen anything like that. You poke it and the little globule of black is just kind of like moving, kind of like sticking out little like spikes. As you go and poke one of the jars, it kind of just goes, like, zaps to where your finger was pressing against the jar. It, like, rocks towards your hand and rocks back.
My mic. There we go. This is weird.
One word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to say a single word.
No, nothing. It's like you've talked enough. Okay, bye.
Shush. You are allowed. This is a talking game. Mike's just being an asshole.
I'm so tempted to do some like radiance magic towards it, but that would just like fuck.
I think River would mumble that we might have to come back for it. Because, well, I mean, they don't have anything to swap it out with at the moment, and just taking them, going off what Brooke said, River wouldn't want to just leave nothing there. So they do slink back to the group.
Are there many cats around this castle?
A few that just kind of like roam around the area. Some
And I
of them
know
get
what
fed.
one of them look like.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna just turn into one of them.
Cool, absolutely.
Maybe like a little grey one or something.
So, you just kind of like slink around the room, jump up on some papers, just kind of like paw at it, find something to knock over, have a bit of fun.
I pee on something.
Fair enough. You do find some like interesting reading as you kind of like sit on some of the papers and are just kind of like pawing through some of it. Give me an investigation check.
Oh, it's so Oh.
Damn.
22.
Fuck yeah. You find...
Few big rolls tonight.
Yeah, for once.
Yeah, I know, right? You find a map that has a few locations pinpointed around Acrania. You know it's Acrania because it says Acrania, which is the middle continent where Canellan and everything is from, is on, sorry. And you see Canellan is circled and says last located here. Find worm.
I know about worm, right? I've been asked about worm. Do I know about worm?
You have an inclination about worm because when you were the Trissum and were kind of like looming around the party a bit, you would have seen worm come and go, and you were like, or a big, weird. And you heard him like referenced as worm because they were talking to him.
Okay, cool.
So you have an idea, you're not entirely aware that he is a materialization.
Just know that one can do some big shit.
Exactly. And also, Worm was last seen with the people that you have been around. You can ask him.
Yeah, that's true.
So that happens. A little bit later, Ece just does come back into the room.
He's like, run out.
She opens up the door. She like sees you sitting on the desk, and she's like, "The shit, get out!" And immediately tries to like shoo you away. Sees that you peed on something, and is like, "Ah!"
Here's the meal.
Like,
Now
hiss and then
this.
run off?
Yeah. You run out of the room as she goes to start chasing you. She gets into the doorway, and then Iron grips it and clutches her stomach. She's like, "Oh." And then she takes off, leaving the door open.
Can I get back in?
You sure can.
Yes. I would just keep keep looking around.
Okay. Are you gonna inform anybody because you don't know how long Exodus will be gone? I would say from your deductions based on Dolga, he said he was stall-bound for... It sounds like a decent 20-25 minutes.
I'll stay for like another 10.
Okay.
I think I'll be safe with 10 minutes.
Okay, you don't know that information. If you're staying there 10 minutes, then you're just staying there 10 minutes. Only Kaba and Rourke know that info at the moment. And, well... Kaba, Rourke, River, and Bo know that info because they were the only ones that needed to be in the room.
Well, yeah, I feel like Silver is smart enough to deduce that it wouldn't be like that it would be like a very long amount of time.
Yep.
But like 10 minutes should be enough to just see if there's anything else interesting around.
Okay. Give me another investigation check. Because by now, everyone else would have gotten back to the... sorry, Bo and River would have gotten back to the party.
I have a +3 in this too, so...
It's pretty decent, honestly. That means you've got like a 19 and an 18, I think. Something like that.
I mean, sorry.
Math.
Yeah.
Having a look around, there isn't too much other info that you find. It's mostly, excuse me, the thing about Worm was the most interesting thing that you found. The rest of it's like, well, I mean, to you as a not mortal, finding out new things that are all wacky and weird, a lot of this is interesting, just not incredibly relevant to what everyone else has been doing.
Okay, so there's like nothing about Comet or anything?
There's stuff about like the previous version of Comet that they did some tests on and stuff like that, what the differences are, and I'd say how long it stays in the system. With the previous version of Comet, it could be like, I don't know if this is the right word, like detoxed from the body, so like expelled through the body eventually. So it had a way to be completely removed after a period of time. The extended version of Comet does not, because of the magic effects. But it has to be completely ingested by the person to have this effect.
Okay. It has magical effects, right?
Yes.
What if you just dispelled magicked it? Would then you be able to detox people from it?
That's something that hasn't been tried yet. Or that
I might need another test
just
subject.
Yeah, that Ece just doesn't have information written on.
Okay, I'll just like...
Actually, sorry. One thing. A lot of those notes are written from somebody else. They are signed not by Ece, but by somebody named Ankh, A-N-C-H, or Ancient Chains is their name. Ankh.
Ancient Chain? That's
Ancient
weird.
Chains. Tabaxi names. Like Light's name was Agile Light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tabaxi names are odd.
Yep.
Interesting. I probably wouldn't know that was a Tabaxi name though.
No, you don't, but I'm just saying that for
I
the
was
sake
like,
of like,
weird
ooh.
name.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, my character's name is Silver Dawn, so...
I mean, hey. So.
You're a cat half the time, so...
Trissom.
Trace. You skedaddle on out after 10 minutes. And head back to the party?
I'm gonna like head outside, find a bush to hide in, then turn into a ladybug again, and then fly back up to the room.
Okay, but you're not telling anyone where you're going.
Nah.
Okay.
What?
Nobody else knows.
I just feel like you're about to do something real sus. Well, I can't really, like, I'm too far away to telepathically speak to him.
Mhm.
I
I'm
just feel like
just
you're about to
checking
do
what you're doing, because I need to know, because otherwise it's...
I just feel like you're about to do something incredibly suspicious.
No. That wasn't very, no, literally not. It's just that Ece just comes back, and you have more time to do things.
What? Ece just came back? When?
She would come back eventually, but in the time
Yeah.
that you leave after 10 minutes, the door's wide open. Nobody else knows to come back because nobody else is there. Nobody else has been informed, so Ece just comes back.
Wait, why is this a bad thing? I feel like this is a bad thing. I feel like I'm really missing something and I don't know what.
Yeah, I'm not getting it either.
There would have been enough time to send somebody back in to grab the jars and distribute something different in them. More time for other people to go in and grab information and have a look around.
I thought it would just take longer to make the thingies.
They just have to make something that looks like it. Like the ink, the comet replacement is ink.
See, that one's
and
easy,
glitter.
but this other one moves. So I thought it would take a decent amount of time.
That's fair.
I mean, it also wouldn't take very long for me to like go outside and then go fly up. After 10 minutes. There'd still be about a 15-minute window. Ish.
Yes, but that's not what you did.
No. But I went outside after 10 minutes and then flew back up.
Yep.
Yeah. Because I couldn't contact anyone because I can't do telepathically that far and I don't have any other connections.
My brain works different, so I would have done something different. That's just what I'm saying. So I'm making sure that I understand what you're doing, so that I'm not like, okay, then this happens instead.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can explain it later. Ece just eventually comes back, finds that she left her door open, and does like rummage around to make sure that everything's still in there. Eventually she just closes the door and goes back into like working mode. She doesn't seem to pick up on anything or come storming out of anywhere screaming about something. So you guys have the jar of comet. Eventually you all head back up into the bedroom and can have a look at what it actually is. So you now have that in your position as well. I think River would have it and she'd give it to somebody that has like a bag of holding, or something that can hold this, that is in a space, not just in a back pocket somewhere. What do you guys want to do?
So I'll just be like, do you guys know how to contact Worm?
I mean, if Worm were just a typical cab driver, I'd say no. But I might have a way.
I may want to let him know.
Actually, no. Even if he was a typical cab driver, I can just use the typical way of doing it. I have a couple of... I forgot that there's normal people and normal ways of contacting people. So I've got a couple of options.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You may want to let him that someone is monitoring where he's been and is most likely looking for him, more like hunting him down by the looks of the map.
Okay. Well, ascending to him.
Okay.
Hey, buddy, be careful. We found a map with your locations marked on it. Someone might be after you. Also, how's the horses?
I think the horses named were Ece and Brooke. I think that's what I
Yep.
named them. Yep.
Yep.
Ece and Brooke are good. They like the new hay. Doesn't count, but I don't know why I did They can keep trying. I don't mind.
Right, Worm's horse. Yeah, talks to the rest of them. Right, he doesn't seem bothered, and apparently his horses are good. He got them some new hay. Thanks for the warning, though. I might not have helped, but it also might have.
River and Bo will let you guys know about the jars of stuff, and that if they can find another way to get back in there, they can probably swap them out for something. There is probably a way that they can make some kind of like oobleck that kind of looks like tarish kind of stuff that they can just kind of plop in there. So Bo is keen to go and like make that up and can have that as just a back pocket kind of thing to swap out.
I mean, she seemed to take long enough over dinner, even without the gut-wrenching obstacle that it is. So even if we just did it like the next night, same thing, but we don't have to use the kitchen.
So we'll say I could probably sneak back in there.
You can have these things on your person when you transform?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. I'll make a fair amount. It will be pretty easy to pick up and split, and then just replace the jars.
You're very sure that they'll stay contained in the jars despite your transformation? This sounds like the stuff we heard about infecting the Feywild, and if you're a Planan yourself, it might not be a good idea to risk any spread. So if you're sure they'll stay contained during your transformation, go for it. Otherwise, getting them tomorrow night might be a safer idea.
I gotta double check druid shit.
Fair enough. Don't remember who it is. There's someone. One second, just. It's not Leaf, is it Bo? It's not Bo. Oh, it's River.
So yeah. So it can, my equipment can either fall to the ground, merge into my new form, or be worn by it. Equipment that merges with the form has no effect until you leave the form.
Okay.
Which...
You sure you want to trust that?
No, I don't. Mostly because I know Tyler and he could twist that into a way where it fucks us over.
I can quite easily I can easily see how those words could be used
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
cause problems.
They also, just you poking like a finger on them, they reacted to that quite strongly. And that was
Yeah.
one of them.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just have to do the old switcheroo at dinner or breakfast or whenever.
I know where the office is now. If I can have a specific location, I can go in with somebody else. Bo and I can go back in. Just gotta make sure that we don't run into any obstacles as well when we teleport in and out. Otherwise, that will be very painful for us and might break the jars, so...
Would Silver be able to sort of scout through a window or something before you do that? Make sure the area is clear. Maybe, I'm not sure if you can detect other magics or whatever, but any sort of stuff against that?
I don't even know. I do not have detect magic. I just have dispel magic.
If you long rest, you can pick it up. It's a ritual spell, and I think druids can cast it.
The tick.
Magic. I would be surprised if they couldn't. That's not how you spell detect.
Effect magic. I'm over to our
Yeah, so it's
side,
ten.
alarm spell.
I spelled it as D-E-C-T. Dict tick.
Dissect.
Yeah, no, druids can.
Yeah. So you'd be able to
Yeah, so
prepare
I
it
can
if you
pick
have
it
a
up.
long rest. Oh, sorry, a 4-hour rest.
Which is like 4 hours.
Yeah, way easier.
Just let me sit down and have a chat again.
Pretty much,
Or gossip with someone.
Very
Who's
easy
got some gossip.
What would we do when we have these jars, though? Where are we putting them after that? Is there a way to
Feywild?
kill them? Maybe figure out what... Do our own experiments?
I mean, when we saw the stuff at the Druid sect, they had some pretty hefty containment, and it still damaged the environment when someone tapped on the glass. I think save the idea for experiments for now until we figure out a better location to do it, or we could just take it to the Druids, say, hey, we've got more of it. I think the main thing is just keeping it out of someone we suspect might be part of the Overseer.
Okay.
If they plan to like dump it around here or something, that could be twice as, or much more worse than Comet.
True. Okay. River and Bo will go through like all the stuff that they picked up. They couldn't find too much about how to, like, alternate ways to stopping Comet, other than the idea that Eke just brought up. The idea itself, all of the information that gets given to you guys, as it's being, like, shown to you, it very much has, like, this is well thought out, it has, like, these are the alternatives of like, this is what can go bad, this is what can go, like, this is the radius, this is perhaps how far it could go, full extension. There's a lot of like thought that's gone into it, but only for this very specific idea where Silver or Silver and another plane are the conduit.
Does anyone else, this is Silver, does anyone else find this suspicious? There's no other plan, just this.
A little bit.
And everything else we found, it was like just her handwriting about this stuff. There wasn't too much else that we found.
Oh, I did find a paper, someone called Ankh talking about combat.
Amora, Kaba, and Rook, you guys did meet Ankh. Ankh was one of the ones who came with you guys to rescue Sesame. Ankh was is a reliquary who did a lot of work with Aegis about the original comet.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Humulum being a tabaxi, being a bard of law. Very knowledgeable, quite fun. But not a lot of the reliquaries have really been seen since those comet users got into the reliquaries and killed a bunch of them. The only two that you've actually seen have been Aegis and Fru.
That's also very sus. We know what they look like, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we could 100% do ascending to one of them?
Yeah.
Okay, Amora's gonna try ascending to Unk.
Okay.
Being like, hey, hope you're okay. Trying to help with the comet problem.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you can tell us, please?
The response you get is one you have heard before. When you go to send to somebody who is not alive anymore.
Amora will just look around at everyone and be like, Unk is dead?
How old were the notes?
Pretty recent. I'd say probably like a couple of months back. I'd say that the person that would probably pick up on this the best... Actually, that might be a lie because you have brain problems.
Character or player?
Character.
Hang on a minute.
Ece. For that, instead, I will get you to make an intelligence check. Or it is up to you if you think Kaba would remember this far back.
That would have been before the Spider-Man stuff. There'd probably be holes.
Kaba had very recently gotten his memories back because the fight where he became like full strength and talked to the Overseer and got hemomancy spells was when all of this happened.
Then that'd probably be a glitchy memory area.
Cool.
Or was it intelligence?
Yes, straight intelligence.
I have not insurance. What is it? Inspiration to burn.
I
have
have
insurance.
I have dice insurance.
I'm gonna call it that now.
I love it.
I have dice
It's
insurance.
yeah, it's right.
Yeah. Okay.
It's accurate.
25 is way better. When you're going around having a look at the Reliquary's base after the fight had happened, kind of taking stock of everything that had gone on, making sure nobody else was hurt, you remember walking past an impressive facility for, like, all sorts of science shit. There were places to, like, hold people, there were, like, beakers, all of that kind of stuff to test things. Why isn't Ece just there? Ece just has every single, like, facility opportunity under the sun at the Reliquary's base, because that place was massive.
Yes, yeah, would sort of turn to Horvik and Lychee and say, is the local reliquary base still up, or was it like destroyed in fighting or something? Is there a reason Ece is here?
Say, Torvik, give me a... Go history, just for, like, general most
Wait, Sharaska's here as well, isn't she?
Yes, she is. Sharaska can also make that check, probably with advantage.
I mean, to be fair, Rourke has a -1.
Okay.
That is what I was actually laughing at rather than the roll itself. I didn't realize that.
-1.
Who else am I? Lychee. God, it's so hard playing multiple people that have different sets of knowledge when I, as Tyler, know things.
You're like, who knows what?
Yeah. I'm juggling. There are so many character sheets open on the screen. I did this to myself.
Just had to.
Torvik, a lot of it's fuzzy. You're not really too concerned about, like, the outer happenings of things that aren't, like, within the current circle that you're a part of. There's a lot of stuff that is happening in this current circle that kind of take your priority. Number one, trying to find, like, Torv and Brotherin. Like, Lychee has done some sendings and tried to do some, like, spells and stuff like that. It hasn't been too much with that lead. It's even been passed on from Sharaska to the Knight Commander, who said that he would be taking lead on that to look into it. It still hasn't been too much of a lead on those things. This is also way more than you signed up for. Not that you fully remember why you signed up, but it's also... It's meant to be retired, man. I'll take a nap.
You think this Ece is not who she says she is?
Silver is like, yeah, definitely isn't who she says she is.
Do you know what she is?
Either is Tyler or is being controlled by Tyler.
Hear Sharaska's voice in your head.
We'll go find out.
You hear Sharaska's voice in your head saying she hasn't been herself for the last 35 years. Was it 35?
That is a long time.
39, I think.
I think it was 39, sorry.
I will go find out.
What?
I can tell things.
You can tell things?
You mean like the time that you tried to figure out if Amora was Amora by a whole bunch of random tests?
No, that was to get rid of unwanted company. I can tell if something is like a celestial or a fae or an undead.
But we
Just have to
already
be
know.
within 60 feet of it.
But we already know she's partly undead. Her like.
But we don't know if...
Her brain. Or part of it. Anyway.
I mean, if you think you can get
Then
extra
we-
information without ticking her off, then yeah, go for it.
Why do we not just kill her then?
Oh, dude. Because if she is Tylor, she would be incredibly difficult to kill.
Also,
Not to mention you'd be putting a lot of people at risk right now.
a lot of people apparently rely on it.
Also, you'd have a lot of people coming after you. Because she's quite high up.
She has status, unfortunately. Like, she just kind of shrugs and rolls her eyes.
Yeah, would it be... Was Fru like her sister or something? Would it be worth trying to ask Fru something?
That's an option. Fru is her sister, yeah, her twin sister.
Yeah. In which case, what would we ask Fru? Assuming that Fru also isn't a drone to the Overseer or something.
Is Becky Allen, I believe?
Yeah, Fru's taken over the Mage Tower there.
But she's friendly enough to reply whenever I send to her.
True.
Yeah, but also, like, sending to her, you can't tell if she's, like, you know, undead or not.
Just an option if we needed more information about Aegis at some point, I guess.
It's true.
Lychee isn't too sure about the reliquaries. It's very much a same thing of it's outside of what she actually cares about. They're not important to her, she doesn't care.
Sharaska, no.
Sharaska would. She would inform you that ever since the break-in and attack and they lost a bunch of members, the reliquaries very quickly lost the rest of their members due to not wanting to die. There was a lot of a scuffle about doing the testing of Comet within their facility, and that's what lured those people there and what's to stop them, like more of them, from showing up. And these were the members that lived that were like just starting out. The members that had lived from the attack, who tried to keep the reliquaries going, haven't been heard from in a bit. There were... Please hold for proper info, because Sharaska knows her shit. Oh god, where is that? I'm gonna have to find it in session notes? Fuck me.
Is Garrick still around? Well,
Oh, he's chilling in the...
You box him again?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't take him back, so
Oh, you didn't? He's just been sitting in the corner this whole time. Would you have
yeah.
left him in the room by himself?
Well, no, other people were in the room.
Everyone was out getting dinner.
Well, no, then he's probably back.
Okay.
I'll go back and get him real quick and then bring him back again.
Sure. Plop him on the ground.
I'll be like, hey, so, did your family, I don't know, kidnap and kill a bunch of reliquaries? By any chance?
Not that I know of. Why's that?
Well, I mean, they had Comet at their facility and they were testing it.
Okay.
You didn't care about getting it back?
No. The siblings were the ones that were sent to sort that out.
So was the facility actually destroyed or broken open, or is it still technically functional and usable?
Sorry, I'm just trying to find that info. I had in a completely
Yeah.
different document for some reason.
That's more in character, trying to bring the question back to what I was hoping to answer.
Okay. Okay, so Shoska lets you know that when the attack happened, the fairly large reliquary base that had like a little over 70 members was only left with barely like 18. That also included Aegis and Fruit. Maybe like a handful of other lower level reliquaries that were just starting out that had left. So one of them would have... Now they've got that information, I need to open up the other shit. So Aegis and Fro, and then the Imperial Master had still been alive, because she never really worked out of the reliquary's base. And of the higher up people that were in the same level as Aegis and Fro, there were only 2 others that lived. After this fact, the reliquary's base wasn't looked into. Nobody has tried to question Aegis on why she's not doing testing there. As far as Sharaska knows, the building is still standing. Just there's no one there.
At this point, so it would be like, should it offer to, like, take me around the reliquaries place?
She's never offered that to anybody else.
I keep saying things, and now everything's just really suspicious. He's hiding like that?
That's a potential. I can try and have a look in some of the reports about the attack. Who we got statements from the living who would have been alive. Then if Ankh was one of them who was still meant to be alive, then that might, I don't know if it'll answer that many questions, but it'll give us an insight to there's something definitely at the base. I can do that. I'll, I might get a couple of you to come with me as lookouts and, well, motion towards, like Leaf and River and Bow and things like that. The coyotes are happy to help. And gets them out of my hair is the actual Tyler.
It's like there's too many characters right now.
A little bit. So they can go and do that and get back to you with information. It shouldn't take them too long, so definitely an option. I just want to check, did that answer the question properly? Because I feel like I talked around a bunch and stopped and started.
Yeah, it was basically just, is it basically still operational, which is the whole question of why is she here rather than there. But if it was broken open and covered with crazed comet fanatics, that would be understandable.
Yeah. Cool. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, Garrick says the siblings were sent to go to the reliquaries because that was the last known place where Cliff was.
So they weren't there for the comet at all?
No.
Do you guys actually even care about the comet?
No. No, we don't.
Then why? It's not obviously like you're making any money off of it.
No, we don't particularly care. We're trying to at least make enough distractions.
Another go, Cliff.
Well, it seems like you all want to get involved and be heroes. It's an easy lure. Although Murstone, we did not do. Kenalan, we did. Or they did. Another nephew was the one who instigated it. He's the one who took over the family from my brother. Accents. And wanted to do anything possible to lure Cliff out. Affecting your hometown was the way that he saw fit.
Do you guys do this for everyone that, like, betrays you? Is this, like, a normal thing?
No, they normally die within the Institute. Cliff got out somehow.
Probably because he's smarter than you.
I had no part in it. The girl was smart. Probably her. Remember, he's like sitting on the bed cross-legged, like, thanks, that's the nicest thing you've said to me so far. What about me? He finds like random things to just like randomly throw at him. He doesn't see him coming.
He really does.
He really doesn't. Yeah.
I'm just gonna turn to Cliff. Like, so I was gonna turn to Cliff and just be like, such an... Well, ex-family. Whatever they are.
Yeah, yeah. New family's way better. Then he'll, like, steal something mid-air as it's going towards Garrick and throw it at him harder. I just think it's funny. Look,
Until he starts begging for the box again.
Yeah, pretty much.
With that information, he's earned a little bit of time outside the box.
Just a little.
Instead, he gets shit thrown stuff at him. Good God, ever any of us ever become evil? Jesus.
With that, is there anything else that you want to RP information gather about? Shraska's pretty keen to head out and can come back in probably a couple of hours with more information. She does that. She takes River, Leaf, and Bow. They are gone for only like a couple of hours. They come back when it's like pretty late at night. It's probably nearing like 10, 11 by the time they come back. But they do, with information that the only two like higher up members that were alive that they got statements from were Tor, Tor. There's a shifter guy who was a wizard. He was one of the ones that did come with you guys to the Abyss. And the other one was Ankh. With that info, that's where we'll leave tonight's session.
So what I've looked is Ece just is very sus.
Oh, incredibly. Mastermind rogues, though, they're pretty fun. When I was doing the thing,
take out as many planes as possible.
exactly. When I was doing the thing about the room, I didn't mean to make you feel bad, Brooke. Sorry. The way that I did that was very bad. I will admit that. No, the way that my brain works as a player, I was immediately like, but it's an opportunity. Yeah.
See, but
was my
mine
bad.
was that I thought it would take longer to create the stuff.
That makes
Like,
sense.
longer than, like, 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So I
That's
was
fair.
just like, they can do it another time.
That's fair. Sorry.
So, yeah.
But hopefully we can play next week. In the meantime, can use Discord to figure out what the plan is from there. I think y'all might be going
Meet up
to
Acages.
look at the Reliquary's base, which I need to sort out.
Oh,
too.
not beat. Oh, shit, not beat up Acages.
I'm gonna put Acages in
Actually-
the bright box room.
Oh,
Brooke
yes.
have a
Actually, no, I don't think I want Acages on Silver's plate.
Rourke have a what's it communication conch to Taria. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
exactly
Oh yeah.
help stuff. That's not exactly stuff you remember from before about the Tar, but you could let her know that we've got these 3 jars of them, and maybe that she'll have direction on that.
Oh, that's right. It's still would
Yeah.
play away with Carver's blood. This
Forgot
sounds
about
so
the shot
wrong.
bone.
That's an interesting way to word that.
I mean, that's what it is, though.
That's fair. Okay, but yeah, that is session. I will catch y'all later on. Kev, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is on tour.
The D-
It isn't. I've got Kev's game. I'm a player.
Okay, that's right, yeah.
We do have Dawn's game on Monday.
This Monday?
This Monday.
Oh, fuck me. Sideways.
Rain's gonna
Okay.
be smush.
Okay.
But yeah. Anyways, I'll let y'all go. Have a good rest of your evening. Thanks for playing.
Bye.
Bye.
Where's my mouse?
If y'all want to check out more D&D goodness, please do come over to Kev's channel tomorrow, where we'll have some more D&D-ness. For... give me scheduling. For New Zealand, it is 8:30. For the Americas, it's 3:30 p.m. and ours is AM. So yeah. If you want to check that out, please do jump over, give him a follow. He will be our lovely GM, and I get to be a player. Yes. But good session. We got someone a real big sus. It's gonna be a time. So tune in next week if you want to find out more. Otherwise, we will have our gaming Veil Guardness on Wednesday. There's a bunch of stuff happening. I'm a player for sure. Haha, that's right. I don't know what I was gonna try and say, but my brain was gonna try and come out with something. I don't know what the fuck it would have been. That would have been a time. Anyway. Otherwise, I will be posting some more stuff about the Queer Art Share. If you do want to take part in that, you can do any type of art that you want. I'll be posting that over the next month, just so people have some time to make stuff. I need to figure out what I'm making. Hopefully it'll be something photography based, because that would be cool to get into. Otherwise I might do some cool designy stuff. We'll see. But anyway, keep an eye out on the Discord or Instagram. That's where I mostly post stuff. But take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. I'll catch y'all next week. Have good. Bye.